The Rules Committee will come to order. Mr. McGovern has very generously encouraged us to proceed, even in the absence of a quorum. I see that the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Armed Services, Mr. Smith, has returned. I asked him why he's back, and he said he has amendments, and so clad in a necktie for the first time, he's back, and we're happy to have him. And I see that you'd like to have Mr. Garamendi join you. Is that, it says next to your name here, it says a panel with Mr. Garamendi and Mr. Amaj.
Shows up.
Mr. Amaj, please pull up the chair right here and join the ranking member. And so let's proceed with Mr. Smith and Mr. Garamendi and then Mr. Amaj. So without objection, any prepared statement that you have in the record will appear in the record in its entirety, and we welcome your summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you having me back today. I have 5 amendments that are proposed. Just want to emphasize a couple of them. I will not go through all of them. The big one, the one that's most important, is the one that I've co-sponsored with Mr. Amash and Mr. Garamendi, which would change the indefinite detention and military custody provisions to eliminate that from the U.S. would no longer allow the military to hold someone indefinitely or allow for military custody of people detained or captured in the U.S. I don't wish to I'll answer any questions. I won't debate the issue. It's a very, very important issue. There are compelling arguments on both sides. It's a bipartisan amendment and one that I think we absolutely should debate and should have a vote in the full House. So I would encourage you to include it. That's the one that Mr. Garamendi and Mr. Mosh are here about as well, so I'll perhaps let them say a couple quick words about that.
Well, do you want to just touch on your other amendments and then...
However you want me to proceed. I have another one that is of concern about the oversight authority at the Hanford cleanup site. There was language in the bill as it came out of the Armed Services Committee that reduced that oversight authority. We're attempting to restore it with that amendment. I also have one with Ms. Davis and Mr. Turner to improve the Sexual Assault Oversight Council, to improve the efforts of the military to deal with the very, very large problem of sexual assault and sexual harassment that they have within the military. It's an issue that Ms. Davis, Ms. Pingree, Ms. Sanchez, Ms. Songers, a whole bunch of people on the committee, Mr. Turner, have been working hard on that. It is bipartisan and very strongly supported as well. Then I have one about allowing the Secretary of Military Department to enter into cooperative agreements with Indian tribes for land management associated with military installations. There's a lot of crossover there. We want them to be able to cooperate and work together. They need this authority to do so. And lastly, I have an amendment that is bipartisan that I believe will be on block with Mr. McKeon, Mr. Rohrabacher, and Mr. McCarthy on export controls, changing the export control laws as it pertains to satellites. The one final thing I want to say is I had an amendment on Afghanistan that would have changed the language. I am withdrawing that amendment in favor of Mr. McGovern's amendment on Afghanistan language, which I am co-sponsoring.
Good. Thank you very much for that. And as we go to Mr. Garamendi, let me just state for the record we have a quorum present, and we're happy to recognize you. And again, looks like you have a beautifully prepared statement there. Without objection, it will appear in the record in its entirety, and we welcome your summary.
I'll make the summary very, very quick. The issue of civil liberties is of profound importance. We need to clarify, and Mr. Smith's amendment does that. I had my own bill at one time, but his bill is quite better, and so we should be doing that. There are several other bills. I won't go into it. I will submit for the record the testimony. The broad aerial maritime surveillance naval where that piece of equipment will be stationed is still up in the air. My amendment would require that it be stationed in the original President's budget. There's another amendment, 127, requires an assessment of U.S. manufacturing capability to produce three-dimensional integrated circuits and potential ways to overcome challenges to other parts of our manufacturing sector. These are all high-security circuits that we need for our military as well as our industries. We need to understand why they need to be made in America, and if they can. The other is one that Mr. Pompeo and I are putting forward dealing with Air Mobility Command's 20th anniversary. We didn't realize it was an anniversary when the markup occurred, so we don't want to miss that happy occasion. Mid-course missile defense system here on the East Coast, rather controversial, close vote in committee. I'd like to take that up on the floor and have a good debate on it. Very expensive. Mr. McGovern's been spoken to. I was with Mr. Smith on the Afghanistan. We now defer to Mr. McGovern's amendment. We think that's the way to go. Those are all before you.
Good. Thank you very much.
I would love to present them on the
Appreciate
floor,
you being
and
here.
I will present
Thank
the
you.
written testimony.
Mr. Amash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. It's my honor to support Representative Smith's detainee amendment. It's a bipartisan proposal. It simply protects the constitutional rights of persons detained on U.S. soil under the AUMF or NDAA. It's an issue that is very important to all of our constituents, and I think it deserves a floor debate and a vote on the floor. So thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Mr. Sessions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We're now continuing this wonderful debate, and I appreciate each and every one of you coming up, not just to the Rules Committee, but really to represent thoughts and ideas that you have. We had a rather vigorous debate yesterday that Mr. Smith participated in, and I'm glad to see him again up here. We are very open, not just to your ideas, but you with an opportunity to express yourself on the floor, and I appreciate you being here. I yield back.
Mr. McGovern.
I want to thank you for your testimony. I support all your amendments and hope they're all made in order, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent to have the statement by Congressman Joe Baca put into the record.
Without objection, Mr. Baca.
But I have no questions. Thank you.
Say I support both making the amendments in order and the underlined amendments. I hope that our rule does that. I know a number of members have good ideas that hopefully will be advanced to the floor on this bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
If you would like any prepared statement, as long as there's no objection, will appear in the record in its entirety, and we would welcome your summary of your proposal. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, sir. I have two amendments. The first amendment, 243, and this...
I thought we only had 240 amendments. There's 243, I guess we ended up to? Gosh. I guess we have more amendments than I thought. So that underscores the greater imperative for brevity.
The Marine Corps would like to acquire a large tract of land from the government to use for live fire training. There are some concerns from the private sector, off-road people and motorcycle people, and several of our members have concerns about this. This amendment is supported by the Marine Corps. It would simply require a study to tell us what they want to do with the land, what their alternatives are. There's no opposition to the Marine Corps on this. I hope
Good. Thank you.
The second amendment is number 182, and this is co-sponsored by Congressman Jeff Flake. And this is a very simple amendment. I think that only 11.8% of our workforce belongs to unions. Current regulations essentially require that if we're going to do construction, 100% of the workforce doing construction needs to be union people.
I think we need to turn your microphone on. I suspect that that's why Neil's standing over your shoulder there. Is it on? Did the green light come on?
Me? All right, okay.
Now
Gotcha.
it's on.
Okay.
You don't need to start over. You don't need to start over. I just wanted to say.
I won't start over.
As long as
Okay.
remembers the
Amendment 182, this is not a prescriptive amendment. It is simply a permissive amendment. What what it says is that the government is contracting will not discriminate against companies because they are union companies or they are not union companies. Only 11.8% of our workforce belongs to unions, so this eliminates a huge percentage of our workforce from contention. We hope very much that you make this good common sense amendment in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartlett. Thank you very much for your service. Mr. Langevin, let's make sure we've got the microphone turned on there.
Thank you, Chairman Dreyer, Ranking Member Slaughter, members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on my amendment number 180 to H.R. 4130. Similar language passed the House 2 years ago during the NDAA consideration without objection. I thank the committee then, and I hope to have the committee's support this time as well. My amendment would basically secure government-owned IT networks against the massive data breaches and attacks that continue to plague them by implementing recommendations by the CSIS Commission on Cybersecurity, which I was proud to co-chair, and work by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Amendment number 180 would coordinate efforts to secure federal networks and develop smarter cyber policies by establishing a national cyberspace office in the Executive Office of the President, empowered to require that agencies have strong information security policies. Not only would this office ensure coordination during a serious attack, it would also have budgetary oversight powers backed by pay-for-performance authorities and would be accountable to Congress through reporting and Senate confirmation. These authorities are essential for any administration to deal with the poor federal coordination experts have lamented over the cyberspace issue. This amendment's passage 2 years ago helped spark renewed action in the Senate, and I hope its passage this week will do the same. Publicly reported cyber incidents have repeatedly breached sensitive national security data, and threats across our government are, quite frankly, accelerating. Moreover, these investments, many of which are already underway at the direction of the White House and Department of Homeland Security, will yield huge efficiencies and savings if our IT systems, for our IT systems in the long run. As this amendment simply builds on successful actions from the last Congress, I respectfully ask that you again rule in order. Similarly, I ask that you allow Amendment number 177, which implements critical infrastructure protections similar to those under Senate consideration and akin to provisions in the subcommittee passed version of Mr. Lundgren's Precise Act. Our military leaders are clearly concerned about the threats facing critical infrastructure, and we know the status quo of voluntary action has not worked. During debates over defense funding, I hear repeatedly that cuts to military programs, even inefficient increases, pose an unacceptable risk. Yet without these amendments, we are ignoring key aspects of what is fast becoming the biggest threat to our national security. And clearly, some of our nation's top military and political leaders have identified cyber threats as one of the greatest threats to the country. Quite frankly, we're running out of time to address cybersecurity as nations like Iran and China rapidly increase their capabilities. This House has already demonstrated that cybersecurity can be a bipartisan issue. Let's do it again. And with that, thank you. And
thank you very much, Mr. Langevin. We appreciate your being here. I see Mr. Franks has joined us. You're next in seniority, so we welcome your comments. And without objection, any prepared statement that you have will appear in the record in its entirety, and we welcome a summary.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to be kind of unique here and be very brief here, okay? My amendment...
well, you've already gone too far.
Yeah, this is the proper position, is it not, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chairman?
Absolutely. We hope that's a lead that others will follow.
Yes, sir. I always like to set a good example. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, this amendment my amendment would prohibit FY13 NNSA non-proliferation activities with Russia until the Secretary of Energy, in cooperation with the Secretaries of State and Defense, certify that Russia is no longer either providing support to the Assad regime's efforts to suppress the Syrian people or providing technology or equipment to Iran, North Korea, or Syria that contribute to the development of nuclear weapons or of weapons of mass destruction in general. And, Mr. Chairman, Russia and China have blocked 2 UN Security Council resolutions condemning the Assad regime's brutal suppression against the Syrian people. And, of course, this is an amendment to address that issue. But ultimately, this amendment simply says to Russia that if you are going to assist these other nations like North Korea and Syria and Iran to develop weapons of mass destruction, perhaps we should reconsider our funding for non-proliferation activities with you. It's pretty much That simple, sir, and I'll leave it right there.
Thank you very much. No, that's very clear. Ms. Burdile.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several amendments for consideration here at Rules. Once again, I am seeking the committee's support in making in order Amendment number 45.
Excuse me, Mr. Franks, you're going to have to wait, and we want to see if there are questions that might be asked.
Oh,
You're
I'm
not going to be
sorry.
able to sneak out that easily.
Right.
Which is the text of H.R. 44, the Guam World War II Loyalty Recognition Act, as modified. Last year, this amendment was not made in order by this committee despite the support of Chairman McKeon and Ranking Member Smith. Natural Resources Committee held hearings on H.R. 44, which occurred in July, and this amendment also identifies an offset pursuant to committee rules. The offset that we've identified is the additional Section 30 funding above fiscal year 2012 levels that is received by Guam for federal personnel stationed on Guam. It will only impact my constituents. With the realignment of military personnel moving forward, we expect additional Section 30 funds over the next several years as they bed down in Guam. I would note that H.R. 44 has passed Congress 5 times since the 110th Congress. Twice it has passed by a recorded vote in the House in the 110th and 111th Congresses. I showed there were strong bipartisan support for the measure. It also passed 3 times by voice vote in the Defense Authorization Bill. So I hope this committee, Mr. Chairman, can make this amendment in order and give the people of Guam a fair chance for an open vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. Additionally, I'd like to speak in favor of my amendment number 199. Since 1987, the Navy has coexisted with the transplanted sea otter population on San Nicolas Island to establish an experimental population away from the coast of California. While Fish and Wildlife has declared this program a failure, the amendment ensures partnership between the Navy and Fish and Wildlife continues without disrupting vital Navy activities by providing exemptions to no-take regulations within a specific military readiness area. There is another amendment. By the way, the Navy supports this amendment. There is another amendment, however, number 39, that goes beyond addressing the military issues and should not be made in order. I have also introduced 2 other amendments, 12 and 13, to address encroachment and readiness issues at military installations. Amendments number 12 would amend the Sykes Act to authorize DOD to enter into cooperative agreements with state and local agencies and private landowners in order to fund long-term maintenance and improvements of natural resources. This provision enhances DOD's ability to address challenges that impede military activities, particularly military training requirements. Amendment number 13 helps DOD better protect military installations and ranges from encroachment by integrating the DOD Readiness and Environmental Protection Initiative and the Sykes Act. Current U.S. code already allows RIPI to utilize funding from non-DOD federal programs. DOD strongly supports these provisions as it would enhance our overall military readiness. And finally, I also support Amendment 163 that codifies the roles and the missions of the National Guard in the State Partnership Program. It ensures that we can leverage the unique and important skill sets of our National Guard in further promoting our strategic global objectives. Further, the amendment would clarify which National Guard funds can be used for this program that was highlighted in a recent GAO report. This amendment will improve and strengthen the State Partnership Program. And before my time runs out, I also rise in strong support of Congressman Young of Alaska's Amendment 135, providing space aid to our gray area retirees and their families is a benefit that they have earned from their selfless service to our nation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burdile. Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have before the Arlington National Cemetery Amendment. It's pure and simply this. It would require a military officer to be in charge of Arlington National Cemetery. We know the past problems, the lack of accountability there. Putting a military officer in charge, operating under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, would provide the highest level of accountability and responsibility there at Arlington. And Arlington is a military base, pure and simply. The men and women of our all-volunteer force that have died in combat, those that choose to rest at Arlington, deserve a uniformed military officer watching over them as they rest after they have honorably served this nation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask your
Very much.
consideration for that. Thank you.
Ms. Spear and Mr. Tonka.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm joined by Congressman Tonko, who carried a similar amendment last year. The Office of Federal Procurement Policy has raised the cap for executive compensation for contract executives by 10% to $770,000 a year in salary. While last year steps were taken to limit the compensation, it excluded scientists and engineers from these caps because we were worried that they would not be able to find the talent. Now, in some respects, it's pretty absurd to think that we can't find scientists and engineers who can provide these services at what the president makes, which is about $400,000. Typically, lawyers are now offering their services to the government at discounted rates. Chicago and New York have major firms that are offering their services to city governments for free. So this amendment basically just closes the rest of that loophole and makes sure that anyone who's offering their services as a defense contractor, regardless of what service they're providing, make no more than the president at $400,000. Mr. Tonka.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for your time, patience, and hard work this week. I'm here today joining with my colleague, Congresswoman Spear, to urge you to grant floor consideration to the Tonko-Spear amendment. This amendment is a modest, straightforward reform to fix the current cap on federal salaries paid to government contractor execs. This is part of a bipartisan reform effort that I've been working on in partnership with Senators Grassley and Boxer. Our amendment is a modest, bipartisan proposal that reins in the most excessive government salaries paid to contractors by revising the cap to a set level of $400,000 and closing loopholes that have allowed contractors to earn federal salaries in excess of even the egregious current cap. This will put a stop to the out-of-control growth in the current formula while still maintaining a cap that gives contractors the resources and the flexibility they need to support our national security missions. To be clear, this amendment deals exclusively with taxpayer dollars spent to reimburse contractors. Private firms are welcome to pay their executives and their employees whatever they choose from private revenue streams, but we simply cannot afford to continue spending taxpayer dollars to reimburse at a rate that grows by 10% a year. Our amendment has the potential to save billions, showing respect to the taxpayer and federal employees of all stripes. It is reasonable, and it is within the scope of the underlying bill. That's a summary. I have a fuller text that I'm going to present, and I hope you agree to make the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All of you for being here. You've made it very clear. Ms. Spear?
I had two other amendments.
Okay, that's what I've been waiting for.
Okay. The second amendment provides that the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which historically has not provided the kind of justice for the innocent in rape cases, but has provided a generous result for those found guilty. This particular amendment would provide that under the UCMJ, that defendants who are charged and found guilty of rape by a jury under the new Article 120 definition to be sentenced by the military judge and not by jury members. So it would follow the federal system that exists in the civilian world where the judge actually does the sentencing and not the jury. And then the third amendment provides that we have found recently that the Army has done some cost assessments, and by collecting data has seen a savings of between 16 and 30%. Improved cost analysis has helped the Army discover that outsourcing operations such as research analyst positions increase their costs by 30%. This would basically call for the collection of this kind of information so that we can determine whether or not it is cost effective to outsource some of the positions within the DoD.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spear, and thanks to all of you for your service on the Armed Services Committee. I guess you're not on it, Mr. Tonka, but everybody else here at the table is, and we appreciate the very great dedication that you all have to our nation's security. Mr. Sessions.
I have no questions at this time.
Mr. McGovern.
I just want to thank you for being here, and I certainly support making your amendments in order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask consent to place Mr. Petrie's.
Without objection, the statement from our colleague, Mr. Petri, will appear in the record. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Webster? Mr. Polis? Thanks to all of you for being here. Again, thanks very much for taking the time to join us. We'll now move to the Committee on Rules, and Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, I'll be very brief. I have an amendment that essentially codifies the administration's commitments to end combat operations in Afghanistan no later than the end of 2013 and transfer full responsibility for security to the Afghans by the end of 2014. Again, that's their stated position. And if they can do it at a more accelerated timeline, all the better. It also supports robust negotiations to find that so-called political solution that everyone keeps saying is the only way to bring a long-term security and stability to Afghanistan and the region. And since post-2014 troop commitments are unclear, the amendment has a sense of Congress language that says if the President determines that there should be U.S. troops in Afghanistan post-2014, then Congress should authorize that. And we're all, we had a discussion yesterday about the importance of paying for these wars. I think if this war, which is the longest war in history, is going to go on beyond 2014, we ought to authorize it and pay for it, and that's basically what my amendment does.
Good. Well, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. McGovern? Let me just say, this is the amendment that I know Mr. Smith is co-sponsoring, having been an author.
This is the kind of amendment that I think all of us in the Rules Committee could vote for on the floor.
Right. Well, we'll look forward to an interesting debate on it, I'm sure. It looks like Mr. Polis has a question for you.
No, actually, I will speak to my own amendments, but after he finishes.
Oh, well, you're not on the list as offering amendments here.
Oh, I should be. I have.
Well, did you see your list there? I mean, you have the list of the witnesses in front of you. You think we should recognize it?
Well, I may ask unanimous consent to be added to the list of witnesses.
I mean, is there objection? Sure there's no objection? Sure nobody'd like to object to hearing from Mr. Polis? Okay, I guess there is no objection. Mr. Polis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have three amendments that I've bring forth and have teamed up with some others to bring them forth. I have teamed up with Loretta Sanchez to offer an amendment that would fund nuclear weapon activities at the President's budget request level. Currently, it's authorized at an additional level, so we would eliminate the additional funding for nuclear weapons. That's Amendment 165, and I would encourage the committee to allow that. Also, Amendment 198, which would reduce funding for ground-based missile defense systems by $403 million, reducing our deficit. And finally, an amendment that I teamed up with Representative Mike Kaufman, my colleague, a bipartisan amendment that would request the President to remove all Army Brigade combat teams that are permanently stationed in Europe and replace them with a rotational force. This is an issue that I've been working on for a couple of years now, and there's been some related votes we've had during the appropriations process. This is the first time in an authorization process. It's also been the first time that we've teamed up with Representative Kaufman on this, and we've modified our original efforts to gain more support for this, and I'm confident that if we're able to bring this to the floor, hopefully it'll be able to pass with the majority of votes. And I encourage the committee to allow 165, 198, and 55.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polis. Are there any questions for Mr. Polis? If not, thank you very much for that. So we will proceed now to other members, and as we do that, I'd like to welcome and introduce three friends of mine are here, members of the Rafiha family who are back here. We have Abby and his wife Sherry and their son Yavar who joined us. Three of my friends, great friends from California. Thank you all very much for being here with us. Now let's proceed to our former Rules Committee colleague, Mr. Gingrey. Thank you very much. And I see Mr. Yarmouth has joined us as well. Why don't you please come to the table and join with Mr. Gingrey. And as I've said, without objection, Mr. Rivera is here as well. So if you'd please join us at the table here, Mr. Rivera. Thank you very much for coming. And without objection, any prepared statement that you all have will appear in the record in its entirety, and we'd welcome your summary. Mr. Gingrey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ranking member, members of the committee. I have two amendments. First, number 37 regards the 40,000 men and women of the armed services who are on active duty who either live in the District of Columbia or are stationed nearby. Indeed, many of them are temporarily assigned to the Pentagon. It would grant them a waiver from the onerous rules and regulations that the district has imposed on individuals in regard to the possession of, and indeed in some instances, ability to carry a licensed firearm. So it would grant, this amendment very simply would grant these 40,000 active duty men and women of the armed services a waiver from those restrictive rules and regulations that were enacted by the District of Columbia shortly after the Supreme Court ruling in 2008 in Heller versus D.C., where the Supreme Court ruled that the ban on handgun possessions and even long guns in the District of Columbia was essentially unconstitutional. The Second Amendment, number 37, Mr. Chairman, has to do with something called official time that unions engage in, agencies of the federal government. Back in 2010, 61 agencies of the federal government were allowing union activity during the workday, so-called official time, on behalf of their employees, costing the federal government literally hundreds of millions of dollars, and over a 5-year period of time, something like $6 billion. In the Department of Defense, there are about 450,000 civilian employees, and most of them are union members, and they are represented by union officials during the workday to arbitrate, file grievances on behalf of these employees. And back in 2010, the last time we have official numbers, some 340,000 work hours in a single year were utilized by these union officials, costing we, the taxpayer, over $13 million. So this would just simply say, you can continue to do these things on behalf of your union membership, but do it on your own time and not on the time of the taxpayer. So, Mr. Chairman, that's it. I'll be glad to answer any questions on either one of these two amendments, number 37 and number 38. I would respectfully ask the members of the committee to make them in order. Two good amendments.
Mr. Yarmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I am asking to be considered to be made in order is called the Military Home Foreclosure Protection Amendment. Under the Service Members Civil Relief Act, which is about to expire, the members of the military who have come home from service, or who have, even those who have been killed in action, were given a 9-month stay of any foreclosure proceedings. And this amendment would extend that relief, and also expand it to include service members serving in support of contingency operations, surviving spouses of service members whose death is service-connected, and veterans who are 100% disabled at the time of discharge due to service-connected injuries. Would also extend the period of the stay period from 9 months to 12 months. No veteran who is serving our country should lose their home because of the effects of his or her service, injury, or death. This bill provides relief that I think was clearly recognized by Congress since it was already enacted, and we need to make sure that it does not expire, as we have many, many men and women coming back from the service and are in jeopardy of losing their homes. This also would increase the fine that banks would pay for violating these terms. Last year we had a forum on this topic. Mr. Cummings, Mr. Filner, and others, and I listened to the horror stories that many of our service members have experienced, and it's clear to us, and that's why I'm proud to join Mr. Cummings, Mr. Filner, and others in offering this amendment to protect our brave service members from the actions of banks in foreclosing when they have come back from service. So I move that
Thank you very much.
this amendment be in order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak on Amendment 80, which deals with businesses that are contracting with the Department of Defense, which I think most Americans would agree one of the most sensitive executive agencies with respect to national security matters and America's security generally. there are companies that contract with the Defense Department that at the same time maintain extensive contracting with terrorist nations around the world. These are countries that have been designated as sponsors of state terrorism by our own government, and companies with which these companies are also, or countries with which these companies are also engaging in business. So my amendment would say that those companies would be barred from contracting and procurement opportunities with the Department of Defense if at the same time they're also conducting business with terrorist nations such as Iran and Syria. I think this is not only a matter of protecting American security, but at the same time protecting American jobs, because I'm sure there are many American companies that hire American workers that would be quite able and willing to fill these contracting opportunities. That is the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, ma'am, asking unanimous consent, I forgot I had 4 letters of support for the amendment.
Without objection, all 4 letters will be included in the record. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, please let me apologize for my back being to you. First amendment that I would like to add my support to is the Adam Smith Amash Detention Amendment, Amendment number 151, that was discussed, but I am a co-sponsor of the amendment and simply want to reinforce, I believe, the important contribution that this makes in protecting U.S. citizens. The amendment would bar any president or any other government official from ordering the military to put anyone in the United States or its territories or possessions into indefinite detention without charge or trial, or to put anyone in the United States on trial before a military commission. I simply think in the debate that we had previously on this matter that this gives added comfort to the American people, and clearly for those of us who are sensitive to security issues as a member of the Homeland Security Committee. I do believe that we must reinforce the fact that civil liberties in the United States are equally important as protecting the homeland. I'd also like to introduce or speak to an amendment that I'm offering, the triple-negative breast cancer, which is one that I've researched over a period of time and found that the triple-negative breast cancer is both far-reaching among a population of women, but also extremely deadly. My amendment is intended to result in information useful in biomarker selection, drug discovery, and clinical trials designed that will enable both the TNBC patients to be identified earlier in the progression of their disease and develop multiple targeted therapies for the disease. Triple-negative breast cancer is a specific strain of breast cancer for which no targeted treatment is available. The American Cancer Society calls this particular strain of breast cancer as an aggressive subtype associated with lower survival rates. I offer this amendment in the hopes that through a coordinated effort, DOD and NIH can develop a targeted treatment for triple-negative breast cancer strain. Breast cancers with specific targeted treatment methods such as hormone and gene-based strains have higher survival rates than the triple-negative subtype, highlighting the need for a targeted treatment. Today, breast cancer accounts for 1 in 4 cancer diagnoses among women in this country. It is also the most commonly diagnosed cancer among African American women. The American Cancer Society estimates that in 2011, more than 26,000 African American women will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and another 6,000 will die. However, in researching this, I have found that this cancer is prevalent in all populations. I conclude by saying that one constituent by the name of Yolanda Williams, a doctor, was an individual who battled triple-negative breast cancer and left behind 2 children. The devastating aspect of it is the diagnosis and her death became in a very short period of time. I believe this is a constructive utilization of the Defense Department coordinating with NIH, and there is past evidence to show that efforts with the Defense Department health sector collaborating with NIH has been very effective in finding a cure for many diseases. So I would very much encourage the support of that amendment. My final amendment, Mr. Chairman, deals with the outreach on minority programming businesses, and I just make this comment. There has been a lot of pullback from contracts through the Defense Department that have been outsourced. That has impacted minority and small businesses. My particular amendment is very simple and reinforces the importance of outreach to minority and women-owned businesses for contracts with the Department of Defense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall. Mr. McGovern. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Scott. Mr. Webster. Thanks to all of you for being here. Did a nice job of summarizing. Next, we'd like to call Mr. Schiff, Ms. Chu. I saw Mr. Gomer here as well, and Mr. Mulvaney. So please come forward, and without objection, any prepared remarks, any written remarks that you have will be entered into the record. And so we'd welcome a brief summary from all of you. And Mr. Gomer was the first one in the room, so let's begin with Mr. Gomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have an amendment that was added to language that Jeff Landry and Riggle had put together. And the concern that I have, that many have, is that the AUMF may have left wiggle room for the President of the United States to detain people indefinitely, including U.S. citizens. So the NDAA was made the bad guy. Gee, that may allow President to detain people indefinitely. It didn't look to me like that was the problem. There is a loophole in the original AUMF that might have given that as a potential argument. And so my goal was to make sure that nothing in the AUMF, nothing in the NDAA could ever be interpreted as depriving people of rights they had before the AUMF was ever passed. And so the amendment would leave the section 1033 saying, if our amendment is allowed, that rights unaffected, nothing in the authorization for use of military force or the National Defense Authorization Act should be construed to deny the availability of a writ of habeas corpus, and then my additional language, or to deny any constitutional rights in a court ordained or established under Article 3 or the Constitution for any person detained in the United States under the AUMF and who is otherwise entitled to the availability of such writ or such rights. My concern was that just saying that people had the right of a writ of habeas corpus might only allow them to come before a court for a writ hearing, and the court says, okay, we've given you your writ hearing as required under the new NDAA, but under the law of the AUMF, the President has the right to detain you indefinitely, so you've had your writ hearing, now you're still detained indefinitely. And the language that I got help with from some constitutional law experts who were hired to help make sure state legislation comports with the U.S. Constitution, feel like this language that we're adding gets us there. It gets us where we were before the AUMF ever came into being, so that if you had the constitutional right to anything before the AUMF, then you have that right afterwards. It doesn't go so far as to add new rights. So if you're a foreign terrorist, a foreign soldier, you're detained on our soil, then all of a sudden you get Article 3 court rights if you're from a country that's declared war, for example. We didn't want to create new rights that weren't already there, and that's why it's phrased the way it is. Be glad to take any questions.
As a freshman, I'm not sure who has more seniority here. Is it the gentlelady from California or the gentleman from California? Gentlelady from California.
Thank you. My amendment adds an important step to the sections in the NDAA bill pertaining to military hazing. My involvement with military hazing started a year ago when my nephew died as a result of military hazing. That was Lance Corporal Harry Liu, who on April 3rd endured 3.5 hours of military hazing by his peers in a base in Afghanistan. They berated him and ordered him to do a foxhole, to do push-ups, crunches, and planks with heavy full-body armor and a 25-pound sandbag. They stomped on him, kicked and punched him, and it lasted for 3.5 hours. 20 minutes after it stopped, Harry climbed into a foxhole and killed himself with his own gun. He was 21 years old. Sadly, he wasn't the only one. Since then, we found many other cases: Danny Chan, Boshan Anderson, Hampson McPherson, and this resulted in a hearing by the Armed Services Committee for the first hearing on military hazing since 1979. In response, the committee included several key provisions to address hazing in the military and asked for a comprehensive plan to address hazing, for recommendations to update the Uniform Code of Military Justice to improve the prosecution of hazing, and creates a database to track hazing incidents. There's a very significant steps, and I am very, very grateful to Congressmember McKeon and Smith for all that they've done on this issue. But my amendment adds accountability. It asks for an objective study by the GAO on hazing. Every branch, as it turns out, of the armed services has different policies, training, and procedures regarding hazing and harassment. This GAO study will ensure that we have a thorough understanding and objective analysis without bias of hazing in the military and on what we can do to prevent it. It also asks the DoD to provide an annual report to Congress on their progress to prevent and respond to hazing. I'm also a co-sponsor of Mr. Cummings' amendment that will explicitly include the Coast Guard in these provisions regarding hazing. Hazing has no place in our military. With these amendments, it will ensure that the military has a zero-tolerance policy at every level. Thank you, and I hope that you'll make my amendment and Mr. Cummings' amendment in order.
Thank you, Ms. Hsu. Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at the outset, I want to associate myself with Representative Chu's amendment, which I strongly support and urge the committee to adopt as well. Mr. Chairman, members, the amendment I have to present is simple. It expresses the sense of Congress that the 74 sailors killed aboard the USS Frankie Evans on June 3, 1969, when during a SEATO exercise it collided with an Australian aircraft carrier, HMAS Melbourne, be commemorated by having their names added to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall. Despite operating in Vietnamese waters, providing naval gunfire support to ground forces immediately prior to deployment to the exercise, and being scheduled to return to activities supporting the war effort after the exercise, it was determined that since the exercise was not directly involved in U.S. operations in Vietnam and took place outside the geographic limit, the crew was ineligible for inclusion on the Vietnam Memorial. Vietnam veterans have argued that inclusion on the monument should not be determined by geographic location alone, and exceptions to this rule have previously been made for soldiers killed as part of the conflict, but not in Vietnam itself. For example, those involved in operations in Laos and those dying in transit to or from Vietnam. Those who died of wounds incurred in the combat zone or died en route to or from a target in the combat zone have all been made eligible for the memorial. I've been working with the families of the lost sailors as well as the Secretaries of Navy and Defense to try to secure the Department's assent to their being included on the wall. Navy Secretary Mabus and I met to discuss this issue, and he has endorsed the inclusion of the Evans sailors on the wall and asked last year Secretary Gates to reevaluate the request, which was denied. Several months ago, I met with Secretary of Defense Panetta, who is now considering a renewed appeal on behalf of the Evans crew. An expression of support by the Congress at this juncture could help to bring about a happy resolution to this decades-long search for recognition, and it is entirely fitting, as representatives of the American people, that we should express that support. The Vietnam Memorial has room to include the 74 Evans sailors whose surviving relatives now number in the several thousands and who live all across the country. Including them will in no way diminish the heroism and sacrifice of the 55,000 other Americans commemorated there, and doing so now, just weeks before the anniversary of the collision, would be especially welcome to the families. For 3 decades, the Vietnam Memorial has brought understanding, comfort, and a feeling of connectedness to those who lost friends and family, and for hundreds of thousands of veterans who did not bask in the nation's grateful embrace, as do today's returning heroes. By making this amendment in order, Mr. Chairman, this committee will take a big step towards bringing some measure of solace to thousands more Americans whose loved ones are gone and in danger of being forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Mulvaney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll apologize in advance for turning my back on my colleagues, but I'll try to do my best. Very briefly, we've got a longer statement for the record, but the amendment is fairly simple. The Budget Control Act this year sets a cap for the defense budget, what we call the base budget. It does not set a cap for what I call the OCO budget or the war budget. And that creates a loophole that either the President or Congress or both of us could take advantage of to move money that should be in the base budget into the war budget. And indeed, that's exactly what this bill does, to the tune so far of about $6.1 billion this year. The bill that you're currently considering does that, takes $6.1 billion out of OCO and uses it to pay expenses that are traditionally paid for out of the base budget. This amendment undoes that. This amendment assures that the money for paying soldiers, which is what we're doing with that $6.1 billion, comes out of the base budget and does not come out of OCO. I would commend the HASC, who actually did the right thing and said in 2014 and on, we should make sure that we don't move money from the war budget to the base budget or don't mingle those funds. I'm just not sure why they didn't do it this year. And I think it makes sense to actually go ahead and start it, do it now, and to take that $6.1 billion out of the OCO budget, move it back in the base budget when it belongs. Again, everybody will get paid. They'll get paid out of the proper accounts. But we will use the money in the way that it is appropriate and doesn't take advantage of an inadvertent loophole. That's it. There's also a similar amendment that I think you'll take up later on this afternoon, if you haven't already, from Mr. Flake, that I'm supporting as well. It deals with this on a more long-term basis.
Mr. Gohmert, you mentioned that your amendment does not expand any rights, just gives people the same rights they had previously. I don't know if you had a chance to look at the two other amendments offered on this issue, one from Mr. Goodlatte and one from Mr. Amash.
I understand. Yes, I understand what they say, and there is a legitimate argument that those may be expanding rights far beyond where we are right now. When you include American citizen, then it raises interesting issues on whether or not someone who is American citizen on foreign soil even may be captured and held as normally as allowed, and we're allowed to require in time of war. It may prohibit that, may require them to be brought to an Article III court. When you start including American citizens, well, let me just say, those it appears may be expanding rights, potentially even if it's anybody captured on this soil. I'm just looking back for no telling how many thousand times I've looked at these, but Congress has the power to prescribe, to declare war, make rules concerning captures on land and water. We've got the power over naturalization, immigration, in effect. We've got the power to regulate the military, have disciplinary rules there. What is being proposed would give rights to people captured on our soil, and I believe in the Smith-Amash Amendment. If they're captured on our soil, they will have more rights than our own military has under the UCMJ. And as somebody who's lived under the UCMJ for 4 years, became extremely familiar with it, it just galls me to no end to think people who declared war, who may be captured on our own soil, would get better rights than our own military under the UCMJ. I don't want the rights expanded. I want them where they were before the AUMF was ever adopted. That's my goal, and there are very legitimate arguments, I think, that the other two potentially expand those beyond where we were.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate our colleagues being here with us and making their presentation. I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. McGovern? Mr. Nugent? Mr. Polis? Mr. Scott? Mr. Webster? Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
If we can have the next group of members, we have four members and 4 seats. So please come right on up. Here's, please. Mr. Chairman Dreyer would say if he was here, if you have statements to submit for the record, we'd welcome those statements. We'll have those printed in the record and welcome your very brief summary. And Mr. Young?
Mr. Chairman, I do thank you and the members of the committee. I have 3 amendments. I believe 2 of them are probably going to be accepted. HR actually is my amendment for large force reduction oversight, which is supported bipartisanly, and the second one is expedite strategic seaport study. This is supported by the Representative Richardson from California. But the one I'm here to speak on more than anything else is the Space Available Act, with an offset or without an offset. This bill amendment has generated a lot of support. And this is about Alaskan Guardsmen and their families that play a crucial role. If you look at the lost soldiers, all branches of the government, there's been National Guard. And this Afghanistan and the Iraqi war. And too often members and retirees of the National Guard and Reserve, the people who fought for themselves, and surviving military spouses do not receive benefits they deserve. And I won't go on all the benefit package, but this expands space available travel benefits on military aircraft to gray areas. Retirees, National Guard members, or reservists who are eligible for retirement but under the age of 60, and surviving spouses. Currently, gray areas retirees can only fly within the continental United States, and surviving spouses have no Space A privileges additionally. This amendment includes a provision that would allow the Secretary of Defense to establish his own priority categories for Space A travel. While the Department of Defense has assessed at $1.8 million of indirect costs to implement this amendment, CBO has said that this bill does not directly affect spending or revenues and does not affect authorization within the bill. Furthermore, under current law, space available travel for members of the armed forces and their families can occur only so long as it does not cost additional. Sit down. Thank you. This travel already occurs at no cost, and by the same logic, broadening the benefit to fill empty seats should not add additional cost. And in my revised amendment, I address concerns to ensure that these new space available privileges do not infringe on the mission and may be waived in the event of a national emergency. Mr. Chairman, I would also like to understand that this is very, very important for our National Guard. And I want to stress the fact this is space available. It is not, they do not take priority rights over the standing Army, or can any time they take a space that is needed by the military that is active duty. So I really urge the support of this legislation, and I do have a lot of co-sponsors of my amendment, and I hope that the chairman would accept this amendment, especially as it has been withdrawn. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Markey?
Thank you. Amendment 67 is the Markey-Sanchez-Johnson amendment, which would cancel spending on a planned facility at Los Alamos that would produce plutonium for nuclear weapons. Canceling this wasteful facility known as the Chemistry and Metallurgy Research Replacement Nuclear Facility, or CMMR, would save an estimated $5 billion over 10 years. Opponents of this new building argue that a new facility is needed to house the nuclear functions that are currently located in a building that is slated to close. However, the administration has already identified existing buildings that are more than adequate to house these nuclear functions. The planned new facility would also accelerate the rate at which the lab can produce plutonium pits, the core of nuclear weapons, from the current 10 to 20 per year to 50 to 80 annually. At a time when the Senate and the President have formally committed to reducing our nuclear stockpile, it makes no sense to spend $5 billion to needlessly expand our capability to produce additional nuclear weapons. In fact, we're on the down, thank God, in terms of the number of nuclear weapons which we have and the Soviets have, and this is a place where we can clearly save money thanks to bipartisan support for arms control treaties. House Appropriators has zeroed out this unneeded project, and it's in its fiscal year 2013 budget. The administration requested no funding. My other amendment, number 64, the Markey-Welch-Conyers amendment,
would delay development of a new long-range nuclear bomber until after 2023. This delay would save an estimated $18 billion over this 10-year period. The current nuclear-capable bomber force is composed of 91 B-52 bombers and 20 B-2 bombers. The B-2 bombers are not scheduled for retirement until 2040, and the B-2 bombers until 2058. In fact, the Air Force spent over $6 billion during the last decade to refurbish and extend the life of the B-52 and the B-2. Yet, according to the Pentagon, the Air Force plans to spend $18 billion on research and development for a brand new nuclear bomber over the next 10 years. That is wasteful spending. Delaying the premature development of new nuclear bombers will also not affect the implementation of the New START Treaty. The Pentagon plans to deploy 60 strategic bombers under New START. This can easily be achieved using the existing B-52s and B-2s. Both of these amendments are based on provisions in a bipartisan bill which I introduced in February. We have 46 co-sponsors. We think it's an important debate to have in the country, since every nuclear submarine, as we all know, has 96 independently targetable nuclear warheads. Each nuclear submarine we have can totally destroy China or totally destroy the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union. So having even more bombers, they would have nothing to hit by the time they went in, and we'll have plenty of bombers that will still be deployed. And I expect that there will be bipartisan support for both of these amendments, and I hope that we can receive the privilege of bringing that amendment to the floor. And finally, I urge your support for the bipartisan Pierce-Markey amendment. Steve Pierce and I are making a request for an amendment to eliminate $150 million in wasteful spending on a bailout of the United States Enrichment Corporation. This company, which was threatened with being delisted from the New York Stock Exchange earlier this week, is worth far less than the proposed bailout. If it goes bankrupt, J.P. Morgan will claim all its assets. The taxpayers will get nothing. And while some have said that the company is needed for national security purposes because we have no other way to make the tritium needed for nuclear weapons, that's simply untrue. In fact, the Department of Energy found that using technology owned by Tennessee's Nuclear Fuel Services Corporation would be several $100 million less expensive than using the United States Enrichment Corporation. So I ask as well that you put the Pierce Amendment in order. It has broad bipartisan support, and I thank you for the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. Ms. Lee, I'm afraid I have jumped the gun in my enthusiasm for your testimony. They've asked me to wait until we get Mr. Welch to the table so you all can tag team that. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll go to Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am here to speak on Amendment number 194. That is the Pierce-Markey Amendment, which basically takes into question the bailout that is designed to go to USEC. The arguments that we absolutely have to have this plant operating simply fly in the face of the fact that the company is almost defunct. It's at risk of being delisted. The credit rating has been downgraded. And keep in mind, this is a company that was spun out from the government in 1998. They were giving all the facilities $1 billion worth of uranium, which they promptly started selling the uranium out the back door, collapsed the uranium market worldwide. They had 90% market share. Today they're down to 10%. This is a company that knows more about getting money from Washington than developing a centrifuge process. They have worked for decades. All they've got to show for about $5 billion worth of government funds in 30 to 40 years is 36 machines, 6 of 38 machines. 6 of them have had catastrophic failures. 1 broke the case. That would leak uranium out, would leak radiation out. These are massive failures. You can contrast that to the facility operating in the 2nd District of New Mexico, which in the last 4 to 5 years has put 20,000 machines in, no expense to the U.S. taxpayer. Those machines operate 24 hours a day. The prototypes have been working for 33 years without problem. And so you have 38 machines with 6 massive failures. And we're to believe that this is the only game in town. So my amendment basically strikes the bailout, but then it also says to the GAO, I agree that we must have domestic supplies of highly enriched uranium. But let's take this to our science community and let them say if actually USEC is the best process, the best investment, the best return on the investment for our taxpayers. And so it was confirmed today. I had Undersecretary D'Agostino visit in the office with about 15 of his specialized people. The man in charge of the Navy said they have enough highly enriched uranium to last till 2050. We have plenty of supply. We don't have to rush into this. Let's take the time, let GAO study it, and figure out the best way forward, and then let's make adequate investments to protect America's future. But in the meantime, we don't need to be bailing out a company that says they're going to stop operating at the end of May if they don't get the bailout. So I would yield back and yield to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Mr. Bishop? Mr. McGovern?
Well, I could ask why these guys aren't in resources where they belong, but
Mr. McGovern? Mr. Nugent? Mr. Hastings? Mr. Scott? Mr. Polis? Mr. Webster? I thank you all. Ms. Lee, I appreciate you deciding to be willing to do two panels with us. I'm going to be better. Mr. Welch, if you join Ms. Lee at the table, we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There. We are prepared to take any statements you've prepared and have that submitted for the record, and welcome your summary, Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you and all of our members here for the opportunity to testify before this committee. There are 4 amendments that I would like to address for which I strongly urge your support. My amendments are straightforward and are supported by the majority of the American people who, in the face of daunting economic challenges, are really war-weary after more than 10 years of war. First, my amendment, it's Amendment 131, simply returns defense spending to the level agreed to under the Budget Control Act. It's co-sponsored by Representatives Frank, Woolsey, Schrader, Paul, Blumenauer, and Stark. Last year, Congress enacted the Budget Control Act, which capped discretionary spending. The Pentagon should not be exempted from efforts to address the deficit. At a time when American families continue to struggle, we should be investing in jobs and economic recovery here at home, not giving the Pentagon more money than they actually requested. So I ask the committee to allow this important amendment to be debated on the floor. Next, the Lee Amendment 158, ends combat operations in Afghanistan and limits funding to the safe and orderly withdrawal of United States troops and military contractors. It's co-sponsored by Representatives Jones, Conyers, Paul, Woolsey, Welch, Nadler, and Mr. Hastings. 7 out of 10 Americans agree that it's time to end the war in Afghanistan. Our troops have done everything that was asked of them and more. Now, as the daughter of a military veteran, I know firsthand the sacrifices and the commitment involved with defending this nation. But the truth is that our soldiers have done their job, and we all know there's no military solution. It's time to end the war and bring the troops home. So I urge the committee to make this amendment in order. We actually forwarded a letter signed by 91 members to the President today, bipartisan letter asking that this accelerated end be part of the new policy. The next amendment is Amendment 132, which would repeal the 2001 authorization for the use of military force. And this is co-sponsored by Representatives Woolsey and Paul. This flawed law, which I voted against in 2001, has really been used, if you look back at what this law actually has been used to justify, it's been warrantless surveillance, wiretapping activities, indefinite detention practices that fly in the face of our constitutional values, extrajudicial targeted killing operations, and an ever-growing and indefinite pursuit of an ill-defined enemy abroad. This was a very broad resolution. It really was a blank check. And so I'm urging the repeal of this authorization and to rein in this blank check for this unending war that it actually authorized. So I ask for your support for this amendment. Lastly, I have Amendment 161, which appoints a special envoy for Iran to ensure that all diplomatic avenues are pursued to avoid a war with Iran and to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Congressman John Conyers has co-sponsored this amendment. Now, we all agree on the importance of preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons and the need for all options to be on the table. But what this amendment does is it ensures that diplomacy remains a viable option in avoiding a nuclear-armed Iran. And so I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I urge you to make all these amendments in order, and if there are any questions, I'd love to answer them. Thank you again.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you very much. I'm here in support of Amendment 138. I hope all these amendments will be made in order. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the work on the Afghanistan war that your colleague, Mr. McGovern, has been a leader on from day one. But there's two reasons I'd like you to consider making the amendment in order. Number one, it's appropriate to have a debate about Afghanistan war policy. Whatever your position on it is, I think most of us realize that Congress has discussed and debated it too little, not too much. And it's a debate that is long overdue, and it would allow us to have that debate on the floor and to make an expression for the record as to each one of us and what we think about the policy. The second reason to have the debate is that this amendment would call for the prompt withdrawal. What we know right now is it's the policy of the American president announced to have our troops home by 2014 and then to have some undefined extended commitment, but not in a military capacity, in a training capacity. So the bottom line here is that with our president announcing 2014 as the end date, and our allies starting to set dates that even precede that, the war is over. The actual policy that we were pursuing has ended. The war is over. We just haven't ended it. And I think it's a fair and actually necessary question for us to ask if we've really announced what the end date is and what the end, that we've announced that end date. What is the magic in the date of 2014? Shouldn't we have a debate and discussion about whether it's not only possible but wise to have our folks come home before that? The day of reckoning for Afghanistan, where they have to step up and take over and assume responsibility for their own future, is going to come. Do we make it easier for them by having it be delayed to 2014? Or, in fact, does it make sense for that to be sooner when it's clear that we've announced we're coming home? So my hope is that the committee will make these amendments in order, allow Congress to have this debate, and I'd appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Mr. Bishop.
Thanks.
Mr. McGovern.
I want to thank you both for coming and for your leadership on this issue. I support all the amendments. And I would, as Mr. Welch pointed out, I too have an Afghanistan amendment, which I testified to earlier. I hope that there will be multiple amendments made in order on this subject. And I would just make an appeal to the committee. Sometimes when there's lots of amendments being offered to a bill, there's a tendency to kind of give you 10 minutes or 5 minutes. We talk about the war in Afghanistan, where we have tens of thousands of troops committed. I hope that as you figure out which amendments are going to be made in order, that there's sufficient time to debate this issue. It's hard to debate an issue like this when you give them 5 minutes. So if there are going to be time limits, and maybe there won't be, but if there are, I hope that the committee will carve out sufficient time so there can be a thoughtful debate on the war. And I thank both my colleagues for coming here today.
Mr. Nugent. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Scott. Mr. Polis. Mr. Webster. All right. I thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Kaufman, welcome to our witness table. Oh, come right on up. We'll tag team.
Tag team. You do.
If you have prepared statements, you're welcome to submit those for the record. We'll make sure they get included, and we will welcome your summary.
Who goes first?
Mr. Murphy, go right ahead.
I was going to say the colonel outranks the lieutenant commander, but I'll be allowed to go first with your indulgence, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the Air Force proposal to retire more than 200 aircraft and eliminate 9,100 positions impacts 149 U.S. installations. But only one base faces cuts so severe that it would be closed. And that is the 9/11th Air Reserve Station at Pittsburgh International Airport in the 18th Congressional District.
As the home of 7 C-130 Hercules transport planes, the 1,100-plus reservists at the 9/11th provide critical mission support for global military logistical operations with an active tempo in Iraq and Afghanistan. If the 9/11th was inefficient and not cost-effective or served no unique strategic purposes, I would support the Air Force's decision. Unfortunately, the Pennsylvania congressional delegation has been stonewalled in our attempts to receive accurate and detailed information about the reasons behind the Air Force's decision to close the space. That's why I submitted an amendment along with members Doyle, Kritz, and Altmaier to ensure Congress has the ability to review Pentagon decisions and enforce cost and strategic accountability on Air Force reductions. This crucial amendment prevents the Pentagon from moving forward on a backdoor BRAC in violation of congressional intent. And it protects the jurisdiction of the House and Senate committees on armed services by requiring force reduction proposals be submitted as part of the President's budget requests. This gives Congress 2 additional opportunities to review and reverse base closures if they are not in national strategic interest, both through the annual defense authorization and appropriations bills. Now, I understand that Mr. Young of Alaska had drafted a similar amendment, and I worked with him to combine our 2 amendments, and I am prepared to support Mr. Young's amendment and withdraw Murphy Amendment number 57. I hope you will report the Young-Murphy Amendment in order. Since 1976, Congress has insisted on having a voice in Pentagon decisions to close or substantially reduce civilian personnel at military bases. 2 statutes have been enacted to prevent base closures from occurring without congressional review. As my community has witnessed with the Air Force's attempt to close the 9/11th, and other states are experiencing, the Pentagon is using a loophole to outflank Congress and ignore the intent of these statutes. This amendment restores Congress's ability to review force structure changes and require the Pentagon complete, thorough, and accurate analysis before moving forward. Over the past 2 months, I've been pushing the Air Force to provide documentation justifying its attempt to close the 9/11th. The quote-unquote data, which I recently received, confirms what I have suspected all along. The Air Force is making a quick and easy decision rather than an economical one. The Air Force did not perform an apples-to-apples comparison of the 9/11th against other reserve bases and guard stations housing C-130s. Instead, it did a plane-by-plane cost comparison. Unfortunately, the 9/11th now has the oldest models, C-130s, because the Air Force recently swapped out the newer ones for the active duty operations in Afghanistan. Now, the cost of maintaining the 9/11th old planes is sort of like comparing an auto repair bill of the 1970s Pinto compared to a modern Ford Fusion. Further, in the Pittsburgh base, the 4 10,000-foot runways, the control tower, fire support, safety support, and security support are provided at virtually no cost to the U.S. Air Force. Other bases would incur costs of hundreds of millions of dollars over a period of 10 years to receive the same supports. The decision to close the 9/11th is the present-day tale of the $400 hammer and the $200 toilet seat. When you don't use proper due diligence, haste makes big waste. Now, it's been an uphill battle to demonstrate the Air Force relied on inaccurate data and flawed assumptions to close down the 9/11th, but I'm thankful Chairman McKeon and Ranking Member Smith, as well as the leadership of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, put together legislation that prevents the Air Force from making any aircraft retirements or transfers in the next fiscal year. With the NDAA and Defense Appropriations bills, Congress will now have the opportunity to vote on legislation to save the 9/11th Airlift Wing for the upcoming year and stop the Air Force from making a decision on massive Guard and Reserve cuts that are misguided, mistaken, and misinformed. Even if both of these bills were enacted, this amendment is still needed, because without it, the executive branch can close any Guard or Reserve base without giving lawmakers a chance to review the decision. So on behalf of the 1,100-plus military families, I urge you to report the Young-Murphy Amendment for consideration by the whole House, and I thank you for the opportunity to appear here, and I'm willing to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I've got several amendments. The first one is a bill, House Resolution 4206, that actually passed out of the Small Business Committee unanimously. That had to do with small business contracting and how to deal with fraud in small business contracting, where firms that met any of the definition of small business in terms of government contracting, how to deal with that fraud. And so most of the bill is now on the National Defense Authorization Act, was amended onto that. But part of it that had joint jurisdiction with the Judiciary Committee, who didn't waive jurisdiction, was not, and that's the piece that we want to put on to complete this with the rest of the bill. Again, that was unanimously passed out of the Small Business Committee, that deals with sanctions for those people that fraudulently violate the law. Under current law, there's really no if in fact fraud is found to exist, but the specific function under the contract was performed, there's really no recourse right now under current law. So this was the advice of the Inspector General's office for the SBA. Then my second amendment, that was Amendment 14. My second amendment deals with competitive contracting, and that's Amendment 54. And what if just to summarize it real quick, under current law, there are 7 criteria for determining what could be under private contract versus done in-house. New functions, critical functions that are inherently governmental, acquisition workforce functions, functions closely associated to inherently governmental, functions that have been performed by DoD civilians in the past 10 years, functions awarded under a non-competitive contract, expansion of an existing function performed by DoD civilians, and what my amendment does is deletes 3 of those, and that's new functions, functions that have been performed by DoD civilians in the past 10 years, expansion of existing function performed by DoD civilians. So those things can be done competitively in the private sector. My next amendment is Amendment 55 that I'm doing with Congressman Polis, and that amendment is about withdrawing the 4 combat brigade teams that we currently have stationed in Europe. I was with the 1st Armored Division, the United States Army, before transferring to the Marine Corps, and was in Europe and during the Cold War in the 1970s. And the Cold War's been over with since 1989. There's no longer a border to defend there. Our folks are just doing a training mission there. That can be accomplished using rotational forces from the United States. There's no requirement within the North Atlantic Treaty Organization Charter that the United States maintain permanent military bases in Europe. So I think we can accomplish that far more cost effectively. We are spending 4.7% of our GDP on defense. The Europeans see us not as allies but as the guarantor of their security, and 24 out of our 28 NATO allies have dropped down to less than 2% of defense spending. So I think that I don't think that's appropriate. And at a time when the administration is asking for base closures in the United States, I don't think it's appropriate to maintain permanent military bases for ground combat units in Europe. Again, when rotational forces can be used doing joint military exercises to demonstrate our support for NATO. Then the last amendment that I have deals with general officer reductions. In my 21 years in the military, I've certainly seen an incredible growth in the Department of Defense in terms of being top-heavy, and with the ratio of that, for instance, between 1995 and 2010, the number of generals and admirals in uniform rose 15.6%. During that same period, the number of troops at every other rank in uniform decreased 7.7%. I believe that today, if you count reserve officers into the equation, we clearly have more admirals and ships in the United States Navy. So I think it's important to set a criteria. And this, we have a cap now, but it's got some very significant loopholes to it. And so this establishes that as a firm cap, which is 0.5% of the total force being flag officers, which are admirals and generals. So this, and it accomplishes by 2017. So it gives the military plenty of time to reform the promotion system and to bring the organization to trim down the top to be able to meet that requirement. So with that, Mr. Chairman, those are my 4 amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Bishop? Mr. McGovern? Mr. Nugent? Mr. Hastings?
Those are very thoughtful amendments, and I appreciate it.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Polis?
I'd like to compliment Mr. Coffin. We had the opportunity to work together on his amendment regarding European troops, and I'd just like to ask Mr. Coffin, do you see that the strategic situation is Europe has changed since the end of the Cold War, such that it's time to re-examine the nature and the magnitude of our ongoing presence there?
Oh, absolutely, Congressman Polis, and I think that, and we have downsized quite a bit, and the administration wants to remove 2 out of the 4 brigade combat teams, but I think it's appropriate now to remove 4 out of the 4 brigade combat teams. I just don't think that we need that kind of ground presence there. If in fact problems arise in Europe, we have the ability to move forces back in there. And again, certainly rotational forces, as I had mentioned, but using rotational forces doesn't require you then to have the dependent schools, the housing, the commissary, all those things associated with the infrastructure of maintaining families and permanent military installations in Europe. So absolutely that the situation has dramatically changed to where now it's time to make this move.
And I would add that many of these nations that we're effectively subsidizing the defense of as well spend a much lower percentage of their own GNP on defense, and yet they are wealthy nations. So it's really a question of, as well, if there is a need for security in those areas, it's also a valid question of who pays for it and how, and why should American taxpayers continue to pay for that. So I've enjoyed working with you on the amendment. I hope that the amendment is made in order under the rule, and I plan on joining you on the floor in support of this amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Polis, Mr. Webster? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That concludes the hearing portion, and the committee will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The Rules Committee will come to order. Rules Committee will reconvene. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Woodall for providing the most able leadership of the Rules Committee provided so far in this Congress in his handling of it earlier today. I witnessed every minute of it. We seem to have survived it, and we thank him for that. And let's proceed with a motion, then we can have a discussion on the rule. The Chair will be in receipt of a motion of the gentleman from Dallas.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 4310, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013, a structured rule for further consideration. The rule makes an order as original text for purpose of amendment in the nature of substitute, consisting of Rules Committee Print 112-22, and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against the amendment in the nature of substitute. The rule makes an order only those amendments printed in the Rules Committee report and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the resolution. The amendment printed in the report may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in the report or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the resolution. Section 3 of the resolution provides that it shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Armed Services or their designees, shall not be subject to an amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of questions. The original proponent of an amendment, including such amendments en bloc, may insert a statement in the congressional record. Finally, the rule provides one motion recommit with or without instructions.
Heard the motion, gentlemen. Let me begin by explaining the rule. As we've discussed through the today and yesterday, we've had about 243 amendments submitted to us. We had a number of amendments withdrawn, and it's been a challenging day for everyone, but I'm happy to say that we've made an order 142 of the 240 plus amendments that have been submitted to us. 66% of the amendments that are made in order were offered either by Democrats or they are bipartisan, and so we have, I think, created an opportunity for a free-flowing debate on every issue that has come before us. Are there any amendments to the rule?
Absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee grant H.R. 4310, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013, an open rule so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to the bill on the House floor.
For the motion of the gentleman, vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. I ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Oh, there's a lot of amendments tonight. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendment, number 101, which would require that the President of the United States carry out accelerated transition from U.S. Armed Forces to the government of Afghanistan of combat operations by no later than the end of 2013, of military and security operations by the end of 2014, accompanied by the redeployment of U.S. troops, and pursue robust negotiations to address Afghanistan's and the region's security and stability. It is the sense of Congress that should the President determine the necessity for a post-2014 deployment of U.S. Troops in Afghanistan, the Congress should authorize any such presence of troops. And I would just like to be heard on this amendment for one moment. Mr. Chairman, I've been on this committee for 10 years. And on this issue in particular, I don't think anyone in this Congress has been more involved and out front on the issue of trying to get us out of Afghanistan than myself. And to the best of my knowledge, my amendment was perfectly germane. And in the past, similar amendments that I've offered like this have been made in order. And for the life of me, I do not understand why this amendment was not made in order. Yes, you made the Lee amendment in order, which is very different from mine. The Lee amendment says you can't use any more money except for the withdrawal of troops right now. This amendment is very different. In fact, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee withdrew his amendment to work with me on refining my amendment so that he could support it. This is a bipartisan amendment, so it's not just Democrats and Republicans. And we're talking about the war, which I think deserves a little bit more attention than it's getting in this bill. And I'm just, maybe the gentleman could give me a rational explanation as to why I've been shut out of this. But I'd like to think that being on the Rules Committee for 10 years.
Has this rewards?
What? Well, I'd like to think it has some reward, at least making my amendment in order. You could all vote it down if you want. But the fact of the matter is, I think some people might even support it. Maybe that's why it's not made in order. But I got to tell you, I'm a little bit stunned, well, a lot stunned, that that I was shut out. And if the gentleman can give me an explanation, I'd like to hear it. But I'd say to my colleagues on the Rules Committee that I like to think membership of this committee sometimes means something. And again, this is a germane amendment, and if you don't like it, you can vote it down on the House floor. But I think that the war in Afghanistan deserves a little bit more attention than it's getting, and I think this is a bipartisan amendment. It's been carefully drafted. I think there'll be a lot of Republicans that would support this as well, and I would like to think that that when I call for a vote, that some of you will vote for me. But, Mr. Chairman, maybe you could explain to me why, what is the thinking behind kind of muzzling me on this thing?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that you're interpreting it that way. I will say that my California colleague, Ms. Lee, has worked long and hard on this issue for a number of years, and to say that you were shut out is just plain wrong. We are providing 100% more time for debate on this issue than we are for any other amendment that is going to be made in order on the House floor. And the issue is going to be addressed. That's why I said at the outset we are going to be addressing every issue. And we're going to do so by allowing for, as I said, a doubling of the amount of time for debate because, as my friend correctly says, this is an important issue. And so that's the reason that we, if I might, thank you, that's the reason that we have chosen to expand the debate time for this. And I think that the Lee amendment, you can say that it's a lot different, but it deals with the issue, and this is the way we have chosen to address the issue.
Well,
Happy to further recognize.
With respect, Mr. Chairman, the Lee amendment and my amendment are different, very, very different, and I don't think anybody who reads both amendments understands that it's different. In the past, we've had more than one amendment on Afghanistan, and I'm going to tell you, I have great respect for the chairman. That's the worst excuse I've ever heard for denying me an amendment. And I'm going to say to my colleagues, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this, but I'm going to ask you as a favor, as someone who's been on this committee for 10 years, this is a germane amendment. There's no reason why this should not be offered. I'm going to ask you to give me a vote to let me at least have the opportunity to bring this to the floor. It's a bipartisan amendment. I've worked it carefully with the ranking member on the Armed Services Committee withdrew his amendment today because he decided it would be better to get behind my amendment. And we have Republicans who support this amendment as well. To say that, we can only have one amendment on Afghanistan, and that's what we decided because we decided it, I don't think is good enough, especially given the fact that this is the longest war in our history. We've lost so many incredible, wonderful men and women in our armed forces. We're going bankrupt over this war, and I think we have some bipartisan consensus on my amendment. I have nothing against Barbara Lee's amendment. I want that made in order, but for the life of me, I can't understand why this wouldn't be made in order. I would urge my colleagues to give me a vote to allow me to bring this to the floor. It's the right thing to do, and there's no reason not to do it.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
I ask for a roll call, Mr.
Clerk,
Chairman.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Absolutely.
Mr.
We're
McGovern.
going to be here all night. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment offered by Representative Kucinich, number 122.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the noes.
That's a roll
Clerk
call.
will call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes
Clerk,
no.
total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mr. McGovern.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 123 offered by Mr. Kucinich.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Kucinich, number 218.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed,
Aye.
no. Paying the chair the noes have it. Clerk will call the roll.
vote.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8
And the
nay.
amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment by Representative Keating, number 178.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the noes have it. The noes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman
Clerk,
votes
total.
no. 1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Markey, number 67.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. As for roll call
Clerk,
vote.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall?
No.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Tierney, number 2.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The chair the
As for
noes
roll
have it.
call vote.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Tierney, number 186.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. May the chair of the noes have it. The noes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment by Mr. Tierney, number 187.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
No. Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Ask for roll call.
May the chair of the noes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to an amendment by Ms. Songus, number 175.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. May the chair of the noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I ask that the necessary waivers be given to the amendment number 27 offered by Mr. Andrews of New Jersey, which would make technical and clarifying changes to a section of the bill requiring a report on the transition away from the use of live tissue in certain medical training.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. May the chair of the noes have it. The noes have it.
I ask for a roll call
Clerk,
vote.
call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes
Clerk,
no.
the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I asked that the Rules Committee, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment number 191 offered by Mr. Barletta from Pennsylvania, which require a report on the Department of Defense's plan to increase air support while simultaneously reducing the number of National Guard troops along the U.S.-Mexico border. It would help to ensure that the plan does not compromise our border security and compels the Department of Defense to report to Congress any changes in illegal immigrant apprehension resulting after the plan's implementation.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. May the chair of the noes have it. The noes
Ask
have
for
it.
roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 169 by Mr. Bass and Mr. Langford, and that would require the DOD to include an evaluation of practices related to human trafficking and contractor performance assessments.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. May the chair of the noes have it. The noes have
Ask
it.
for a roll call
Clerk,
vote.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent.
Thank you.
Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment by Ms. Gordillo which is number 12, which would provide additional enhancements to the authorities provided to DOD under Section 103A of Title I of the Sykes Act. It would authorize DOD pursuant to cooperative agreement under the Sykes Act to provide funds for the long-term maintenance and improvement of natural resources on non-DOD lands without first having to protect such lands through acquisition of easements under the authority of 10 U.S.C. 2684A, would enhance the ability of DOD to take action to relieve or eliminate current or anticipated challenges that could restrict, impede, or otherwise interfere with, whether directly or indirectly, current or anticipated military activities.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. As for roll call
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Ms. Berdallo, number 13. This would help the Department of Defense better protect military installations and ranges from encroachment under the DoD Readiness and Environmental Protection Initiative and the Sykes Act by enhancing cooperation with the Department of Agriculture, Commerce, and Interior through the more effective integration of actions under REPI and the Sykes Act with the programs of those agencies.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Chair the noes.
That's a roll call, Mr.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, report the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
That was not agreed to. Let me just state for the record, speaking on behalf of members of the Rules Committee who are watching their attendance on votes deteriorate, we would be more than happy to entertain any amendments in block if that's of interest to the gentleman.
It is.
Mr. McGovern.
It isn't at this point, Mr. Chairman. I feel that, that it is.
That 66% of the amendments have been made in order, the
I
Democratic
find
amendments and
it
amendments.
astounding that my amendment, which was totally germane, which is bipartisan, was not made in order, notwithstanding the fact that I've had 10 years on this committee. I find that pretty astounding. I really do. So,
Gentleman's recognized for an amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me see where we were. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment of Ms. Berdallo, number 45. This would incorporate the text of H.R. 44, the Guam World War II Loyalty Recognition Act, into H.R. 4310 as Title, 17, would implement the recommendations of the Guam War Claims Review Commission.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Can the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is
I
not
ask
agreed
for
to.
a
Further
roll
amendments.
call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster.
No.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Ms. Berdallo, number 199. This would establish the Southern Sea Otter Military Readiness Area in California. It would provide an exemption to the incidental take provisions under the Endangered Species Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and provide for continued monitoring by the Secretary of the Navy of the Secretary of, pardon me, it would provide for continued monitoring by the Secretary of Navy and the Secretary of the Interior.
Mr. Chairman, can I be heard on this
Certainly.
amendment? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Woodall.
I'd say to my friend from Massachusetts that there is no one on this committee who supports the members of this committee more than this chairman does. Having served on this committee for 10 years, you know good and well how these processes play out. And I can tell you that this case being no exception to the very general rule, that the chairman fights hard for members of this committee to be able to have their voice heard. And he succeeded in cases here in this bill. Did not succeed in the case of your amendment, but succeeded in this bill. And I would say to the gentleman, his frustration is well placed, as all of our frustration is when we don't get amendments made in order. But I would not want the gentleman to feel like there is no reward for those 10 years of service. And the chairman would never brag on that himself. But I'm telling you that there are amendments that would not have made it in order of members of this committee, but for the fact that the chairman works hard to protect the rights of folks on this committee. And if the gentleman takes me at my word on that, I would hope that we would be able to not just conclude this process tonight, but be successful in succeeding at that process in the future. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank my friend.
You know, and I appreciate the words of my colleague, and I have no idea why I was denied my right to offer an amendment. But I would say to the gentleman that I've been on this committee for 10 years, and I think I'm entitled to a little bit better. And this is a germane amendment. I've had amendments I will grant you that I've offered that have been not germane, which maybe is a little bit more of a stretch. This wasn't. This was bipartisan. The ranking member of the Armed Services Committee withdrew his amendment on Afghanistan to support mine. So I've yet to hear kind of a rational explanation as to why I was cut out. Previous years I've been allowed this opportunity, but I will tell you that at some point words are just not enough, and I have been so upset by the way this war has been conducted. This has been something I've brought up in this committee over and over and over again. And just this notion that a germane amendment by a member of this committee for 10 years is just denied, and I'm supposed to accept it, is very hard for me to swallow. So I appreciate the gentleman. I'm not here to make this personal, but I got to tell you, I need to do this.
Gentleman yield.
I'm happy to yield the gentleman.
I have great respect for the gentleman. I have only served slightly longer on this committee than you. There will be days when you will be chairman of the committee. There will be days when you will have to do the things because you work in a process. There will be days when you are incapable of providing feedback to people because not that you're smarter than anybody else, but because it's the nature of the beast. My first term on the committee, remember a night that the gentleman Tony Hall, who is an honorable gentleman, who deeply believed in what he did in certain things, was denied an amendment also. Tony, like you, like Dave Dreyer, like myself, was a long-term member of the committee, deserved the respect and appreciation, and in fact got it because of the way he did fight and the way he did think. I would like to offer the viewpoint of this, and that is that no one will think any less of you if you don't fight hard. But I would say to the gentleman that you will also someday be in the position that our chairman is. And in great respect, I'd like to ask you if you could, in the spirit of that, know that we know you're disappointed. I get disappointed. I've been disappointed in my life occasionally, too. And we're in a process here where we're trying to go through things. And I believe that the gentleman, as has been stated, Mr. Dreyer, worked through several tough issues today, over the last few days, and there are some amendments which
I think, took a lot of bravery on the part of our young chairman, and I think that the product we can put out of here is something that you should say it's not totally flawed.
Well,
So I'd like to ask the gentleman if he would consider that. He's been offered several hands by friends that he has on this side as we all serve the people here. So I'd like to ask the gentleman, think about that for half a second. If he could accept it, then we would know what that answer would be. I yield back my time. I thank the gentleman for allowing me time to express myself.
And I appreciate that, and again, this is nothing personal against anybody on this committee, but this is an issue that is very near and dear to my heart, and something I feel very strongly about, and something I think has been neglected by Congress under both Democratic and Republican leadership, and the notion that a member of this committee who served here for 10 years was a bipartisan amendment, we had the ranking member withdraw his amendment in favor of my amendment to be kind of shut out. I have to tell you, I find that, just on a personal level, but just on a policy level, just wrong. So, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule.
I think we're considering an amendment right now. We still have a minute.
All right. Then I ask.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
Ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment to the rule, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 214 by Mr. Boswell of Iowa. That would strike Section 314 and prohibit the use of funds made available for the Department of Defense for the production or purchase of alternative fuel.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. May the chair then
Ask
vote
for a roll call vote, Mr.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No, sir.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Boswell, number 215. The amendment directs the DOD and the VA to conduct a joint study on the incidence rate of breast cancer in service members and veterans. The study must include the demographic information of those service members and veterans, an analysis of the clinical characteristics of breast cancer diagnoses, possible exposures to hazardous elements and cancer risk factors, geographic areas of residence prior to deployment, and treatment received. The full cost of the study is offset from accounts that would remain above administration's request.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman. Let me just say that it is true that we, as members of this committee, will be here until the last amendment is offered. After we leave, and Mr. Lackey knows this very well, the members of the Rules Committee staff will need to spend what now will be a very, very lengthy amount of time through the evening to do the paperwork that is necessary to put the rule in order. And just speaking in their behalf, I will say that with the time that I and other members have spent on this rule today, it pales in comparison to the hours that have been spent putting together 142 amendments, 66% of which have been offered, that are made in order, have been offered by Democrats or bipartisan amendments. And so I just saying that when we leave here, other than the member who will file the rule on the floor, the staff will be working into the early hours, putting the rule together based on that.
And
vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
Ask for roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
The The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, let me just say, Mr. Chairman, if the committee had approved an open rule, the staff would have already been home by now. But I think the war is an issue of such importance that what I'm doing right now is absolutely justified. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment by Mr. Boswell, number 216, which would direct the Secretary of Defense to submit a report on the effects of multiple deployments of the well-being of military personnel.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the
As for roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Braley, number 18, which require a report from the President in consultation with the Secretaries of Defense, State, and Veterans Affairs on the long-term cost of military operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the noes. Have it. Roll call. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment number 75 by Mr. Brown of Georgia. The Brown amendment would eliminate the current mandatory retirement age for reserve officers who serve as chaplains, medical professionals, dental professionals, veterinarians, or judge advocate generals, so long as they continue to meet any other current requirements for such service.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the noes.
As for roll call, Mr.
Clerk, call the
Chairman.
roll.
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment by Mr. Brown, number 104, which will require that the federal government may not intentionally kill a U.S. citizen acting against U.S. interests overseas unless that citizen is killed while actively resisting or attempting to escape capture.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Paying the chair the noes. Have it.
I ask for roll
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
And the clerk report total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 146 by Mr. Carson of Indiana. It would require the Department of Defense to compile information on academic credit provided by institutions of higher education for experience gained in the military. It would require the creation of a publicly accessible website that lists this information to assist service members in the decisions on the pursuit of higher education.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the noes.
As for
Have it.
roll
Noes
call.
have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment by Mr. Kaufman, number 14, which would add a provision to Title 16, Subtitle C, Part 7, in order to amend the False Statements Act by adding a new Section 1041 that shall provide for increased penalties relating to small business fraud. It would extend the safe harbor provisions in Sections 1681 to new Section 1041 of False Statements Act.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Please ensure the
I
noes
ask for a
have it.
roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
No. Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Let me just say that it's now beyond 10:30, and just in the spirit of comedy and out of respect to the schedules of all of the members of this committee, understanding that the gentleman obviously feels strongly about his amendment. He's made that abundantly clear to us. I just wanted to inquire the gentleman roughly how many other amendments he would like to offer.
I don't know how many were not made in order. I guess that's the question. That's how many more amendments I have left.
I was recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 56 by Mr. Kaufman of Colorado. This would reduce the number of general and flag officers authorized in the Department of Defense. It would place a statutory cap of 0.05% of authorized end strength of all components of the armed services for a given fiscal year.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Please ensure the noes
I
have
ask
it.
for roll call,
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 157 by Mr. Connolly of Virginia, Mr. Hinchy of New York, and Mr. Kingston of Georgia. It would clarify that development of energy resources on federal land to provide power for DOD installations does enhance DOD's energy security, would help meet energy security goals established by previous NDAAs.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Please ensure the noes
I ask
have
for a
it.
roll call,
Clerk, call
Mr.
the roll.
Chairman.
Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment by Mr. Kravick of Minnesota, number 113. This would require construction projects on military bases within the United States to use domestically produced iron and steel unless the Secretary waives the Buy America requirement or during times of war or national emergency.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Please
No.
ensure the noes
That's for
have it.
roll
Noes
call,
have it.
Mr.
Clerk,
Chairman.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes
Clerk,
no.
total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Kravick, number 116, which would allow military chaplains to close a prayer offered outside a religious service according to the dictates of the chaplain's own conscience.
Let me just state that the gentleman certainly entitled to offer the amendment, although it was withdrawn by the author of the amendment.
Oh, it's
Still wish
not
to
on,
offer the amendment, even
well,
if it
then
was withdrawn.
Yeah, we don't need to, we don't need to offer it. It was withdrawn, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized.
Although it's not listed as withdrawn on the list that the minority has. But anyway, having said that, I have an amendment to the rule, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 53 by Mr. Cuellar of Texas, Mr. Turner of Ohio, Mr. Green of Texas. This would require the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security, in conjunction with the Federal Aviation Administration, to develop and implement plans and procedures to fully integrate and utilize non-combat and aerial surveillance technologies and capabilities to enhance the security of U.S. borders with Mexico and Canada. And also Mr. McCall of Texas and Mr. Poe of Texas also joined as sponsors of that.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The chair of the noes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment number 78 by Mr. Cummings of Maryland and Ms. Chu of California. This would add the Coast Guard to sections 507 and 535 of the bill, which requires the Secretary of Defense to develop plans to expand diversity and prevent and track hazing. And Ms. Chu gave some very powerful testimony here today.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the chair
I
of
ask
the
for a
noes
roll
have it.
call.
No.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? No. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment by number 91 by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon and Mr. Garrett of New Jersey. This would help the Pentagon achieve audit readiness by requiring the Pentagon to complete a validated full statement of budget resources, which lists defense funds received, obligated, and ultimately spent by September 30th, 2014. It would codify the timeline already established by Defense Secretary Panetta.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
And the chair of the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Let me just say that the gentleman from Massachusetts has offered several amendments to the rule. We have rejected the amendments the gentleman has offered in a number of cases, both Democrats and Republicans. Those amendments have been proposed by the gentleman from Dallas in his motion. I'd like to state for the record that we will be voting on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, and the fact that we have rejected the ad seriatim listing of amendments that Mr. McGovern has offered will not prevent those members, assuming that this committee reports out this rule, from allowing those amendments to be considered. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 92 by Mr. Ellison of Minnesota, which would require contractors to disclose federal election contributions and expenditures after a contract is awarded.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Vice Chair, the noes have it.
I'm going to ask for a roll call,
Clerk,
Mr.
call the
Chairman.
roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 43 offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. This would permit members of the Army who served honorably in the Tomb Guard Platoon of the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery to be eligible for burial at Arlington National Cemetery.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no.
I ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 126. This would require a GAO report regarding the transfer of the BAMS maintenance training facility from Beale Air Force Base to Naval Air Station, Point Mugu, California.
Vote occurs on the amendment of the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. Ask for a roll call, Mr.
Clerk,
Chairman.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Fox? Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Garamendi, number 130. This would require that Congress receive further studies and analyses regarding the costs and threats associated with building a third U.S. ground-based mid-course defense missile site to be located on the East Coast.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Pay the chair the
Ask for a roll call, Mr.
Clerk,
Chairman.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 38 by Mr. Gingrey. It would repeal subsections A and C of 5 U.S.C. Section 7131, allowing the use of civilian federal employee paid work time for union activities.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Pay the chair the
As for roll call,
Clerk,
Mr.
call the
Chairman.
roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern votes
Some things I can't do. Yeah.
no. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes
Clerk,
no.
report the total.
No yeas and 9 nays.
And the, that was a challenge. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Goodlad of Virginia, number 193. It would make clear that any United States citizen detained in the United States on allegations resulting from the NDAA or the AUMF would be tried in a civilian court and be afforded their constitutional protections.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Pay the
No.
chair the ayes have it.
Roll call, Mr.
Clerk, call the
Chairman.
roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Hinchey and Heinrich, number 190, which would require the Department of Defense to apply the Buy American Act to the procurement of photovoltaic devices, including through the Department's use of energy savings performance contracts and other contracts that utilize solar panels, but purchases are made indirectly through a contractor.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The chair of the noes have it.
That's for roll
Clerk,
call.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes
Total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
It was not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Ms. Jackson Lee, number 61, which would require the Secretary of Defense, prior to the implementation of the newly proposed outsourcing guidelines, to conduct an assessment to determine the effect that new outsourcing guidelines have or will have on minority and women-owned small businesses.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The chair of the
I
noes
ask
have
for a
it.
roll call,
Clerk,
Mr.
call the roll.
Chairman.
Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
It's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 62 by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas. It would require the Secretary of Defense, prior to awarding defense contracts to private contractors, to conduct an assessment to determine whether the Department of Defense has carried out sufficient outreach programs to assist minority and women-owned small businesses.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The chair of the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call on that one, Mr.
Clerk, call
Chairman.
the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Ms. Jackson Lee, number 63. It would require the Secretary of Defense, prior to awarding of defense contracts to private contractors, to conduct an outreach program to assist minority, women-owned small businesses.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the chair of the noes have it. The noes
Roll
have it.
call on that.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall?
No.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total?
Mr. Chairman, 1 yea, 8 nay.
Excuse me, the vote total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to.
Can I ask a
Mr.
question?
Webster.
Do you know when this measure would be taken up on the floor?
It's scheduled to begin tomorrow at noon. We'll have consideration of the rule that assuming that this committee is able to report out a rule tonight, we'll have the rule considered at noon, and then we'll move directly from that into consideration of the measure tomorrow and Friday.
Well, my only point is, there are people who are going to have to be preparing for this and not having a rule done. It seems like it'd be good to have it at a certain time so people could at least begin preparing, not just the staff here, but every member wants to be informed about this. It's a huge bill. There's a lot to be done with it, and the amendments there's a lot of amendments approved, or at least proposed to be approved by this. So my thought is I'd like to make a motion to vote at a time certain, 5 to 11, on the gentleman from Texas's motion.
Well, the motion is to have a time certain to vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. This is very unusual, I have to say, and
So was all.
obviously what's going on is very unusual. Mr. McGovern has stated that he's been on the committee for 10 years. I will say that I share his frustration. I've had on many occasions amendments, even when I've been in the majority, not made in order. It's not as if we're not going to be having a debate on the issue of Afghanistan. As I said, we're having double the amount of time of any other amendment to debate the issue of the war in Afghanistan. And so anyone who could claim that because one amendment is not being made in order that we will not have an opportunity or will be a free-flowing debate on Afghanistan and the war there is mischaracterizing the rule, which does allow that to be made in order. As I said, this is unprecedented. And I'd like to ask the gentleman to withdraw his amendment, his motion at this juncture. And let's see if, I'd really rather not do that, and I just ask the gentleman, and I hope very much that we'll be able to move to completion on this. And I respect and I associate myself with the remarks that the gentleman has offered, but I'd like to ask him to withdraw it at this point.
Okay, I'll withdraw it.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, and let me just say that, I think we're mischaracterizing the issue when we say there's just one amendment that wasn't made in order. I mean, this was a carefully crafted amendment in a bipartisan way. I think the leadership of this House made a determination that it might win, and therefore decided not to make it in order. And so, therefore, the same old goes on with regard to the war in Afghanistan. And I think that's unacceptable, and we should all be ashamed of the fact that we're not having a real debate on the floor tomorrow. I appreciate that the gentleman made the Barbara Lee amendment in order, but that is not the only view on this, and the gentleman knows that. At this point,
let me just before I recognize the gentleman for an additional amendment, just say that it is in the spirit of comity that I have asked the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, to withdraw his motion that we set a time certain for the completion of this, out of respect to all the members of this committee. The gentleman's recognized.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know how many more we have to go, but it certainly will go beyond 5 of 11. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 241 by Mr. Jackson Lee of Texas. This would require the Secretary of Defense, prior to the awarding of defense contracts to private contractors, to conduct an outreach program to assist minority and women-owned small businesses.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Being the chair, the noes
As for
have it.
roll call, Mr.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 208, authored by Mr. Johnson of Georgia. This would express the support of the Congress for the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, regardless of age, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, national origin, religion, or disability.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Being
As
the
for
chair,
roll
the
call.
noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mr. McGovern.
I ask for roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
And the clerk will report the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 209 by Mr. Johnson of Georgia, which would include a finding that the NDAA authorizes a level of spending
well in excess of defense spending limits under the Budget Control Act of 2011.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
I ask
The noes have
for
it.
roll call,
Clerk,
Mr.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 32 by Mr. King of New York and Mr. McCall of Texas. It would require the Department of Defense to award the Purple Heart to members of the armed forces who are killed or wounded in a terrorist-perpetrated attack within the United States.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Be sure the
That's
noes
for
have
roll
it.
call vote on
Roll.
that one.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 122 by Mr. Kucinich of Ohio. This would define any offeror seeking to bid on a Department of Defense contract who has been found in violation of a federal or state law that results in a conviction, civil judgment, or administrative ruling during the 3 years preceding the date of submission of the offer as not having a satisfactory record. Yeah.
We've already voted on this amendment. Would the gentleman like
we-
another, a revote on the amendment?
Do we do all the consent choices? I'm sorry, I will.
The gentleman would like another vote on the amendment. He's certainly entitled to that.
Why not? We'll do another vote on the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. As for roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. I believe it was no, sir. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 239 by Mr. Labrador of Idaho. It would prohibit the use of unmanned aerial vehicles to conduct surveillance on American citizens.
The vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
As for roll call on that.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes yes. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 176 by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island. This would prevent procurement of additional ground-based interceptors equipped with a capability enhancement to exoatmospheric kill vehicle until after a successful operational test. It allows exceptions for test assets and maintenance of a warm line of the industrial base.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Sure.
Roll call on that.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes yes. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 177 of Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island. This would give the Secretary of Homeland Security primary authority to create, verify, and enforce measures with respect to the protection of critical infrastructure.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Being the chair, the noes have it.
Roll
The noes
call.
have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 180 by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island, Mr. Connolly of Virginia, Mr. Ruppesberger of Maryland, and Mr. Dix of Washington. It would create a National Office of Cyberspace in the Executive Office of the President, subject to Senate confirmation and empowered with budget authority to coordinate, develop, and update information security policies and procedures across the federal government. It would also create an office of the Federal Chief Technology Officer to promote technological innovation in the federal government. It would establish public-private partnership initiatives and for other purposes.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed,
Aye.
no. Being the chair, the noes
Yes,
have it. Those
roll
have it.
call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 221 by Mr. Larson of Washington and Ms. Sanchez of California, which would provide that the Secretary of Defense shall not be prohibited from proceeding with the planned reductions of nuclear weapons.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The
Yes,
noes
for
have
roll
it. Clerk,
call,
call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 202 by Mr. Larson of Connecticut. It would guarantee access to behavioral health treatment, including applied behavioral analyses, under TRICARE for children of DoD Armed Services personnel with autism spectrum disorders when prescribed by a physician.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the
Ask for
noes have
roll
it. Clerk,
call.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea and 8
Amendment
nay.
is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 132 by Ms. Lee of California, which would repeal the 2001 authorization for the use of military force.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Roll
The
call on that one.
clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 8 by Ms. McCollum of Minnesota, which would prohibit them from sponsoring professional and semi-professional sports and athletes.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Being the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Ask for roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 48 by Mr. Miller of Florida, which would clarify the EPA's jurisdiction over lead fishing tackle with regards to Pittman-Robertson excise tax exemption under Toxic Substances Control Act to prevent an undue cost burden on members of our armed forces who enjoy outdoor recreational activities.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Being the chair,
Ask
the
for
noes
roll
have it.
call,
Clerk, call the
Mr.
roll.
Chairman.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment number 167 by Mr. Miller of California, Mr. Visklosky. It would exclude nuclear and non-nuclear health and safety, security, and financial oversight of covered contractors. Covered contractors, period.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
As for roll
Chair, the
call.
noes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman?
The total, Mr. Clerk?
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Sessions.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've gotten this, that Mr. Montgomery is not happy. I think this is also behavior that I wonder if people have been out drinking tonight, or whether they are mad or angry or incapable of controlling themselves. And I would question that tonight.
Mr. McGovern.
I take offense by that, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule, Mr. Chairman. And I would say to the gentleman that, there are some issues worth fighting over, and for me, ending this war is one of them. And I'm sorry the gentleman doesn't think take that very seriously.
Simply ask a question.
Yeah, so
If the shoe fits.
Mr. McGovern.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment number 36 by Mr. Moran of Virginia and Ms. Capps of California.
Vote occurs on the McGovern.
And I want to make sure that the gentleman from Texas understands what this amendment does, so he doesn't misunderstand me. It would establish survivor benefit plan annuities for special needs trusts for the benefits of dependent children incapable of self-support. So that's what the amendment.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The chair, the noes.
Mr. Chairman, I will ask for a roll call vote on that.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, I would just remind my colleague from Texas that when we had the health care vote up here, I think the Republicans offered 95 amendments. I'm not even close to that yet, so I don't know what he was drinking or smoking that night, but the bottom line is he offered 95 amendments, so I'm not even near there. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer another amendment. No, at this point, I want to offer my amendment, Mr. Chairman, if I can. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 159 by Mr. Miranda, Virginia, which would require OPM to conduct an annual federal employee viewpoint survey of federal employees.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Being the chair of the noes.
I'm going to ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 204 by Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. It would require additional information in the Department of Defense's annual report on manufactured goods purchased from foreign entities related to waivers of the Buy American Act. It would also require DOD to assess the domestic capacity to produce the items for which a waiver was granted.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Being the chair of the noes have it. The noes have it.
As for roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'd like to have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 42 by my friend Mr. Nugent from Florida, which will strike the language in the bill regarding drug copays and insert a prohibition against any increase of cost-sharing rates for the pharmacy benefits program under TRICARE. Sounds good to me.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The chair of the noes have it. The noes have it.
I ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Aye. Mr. Nugent votes aye. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
2 yea, 7 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment number 23 by Mr. Owens of New York and Ms. Hochul of New York. It would give the DOD the authority to offer preferences on large contracts to companies that subcontract with domestic small business manufacturers.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Being the chair of the noes
As for
have it.
roll call, Mr.
Clerk,
Chairman.
Call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 194 by Mr. Pierce of New Mexico and Mr. Markey of Massachusetts. It would strike section 3156 and replace with a geo study, which will determine which uranium enrichment companies the United States government can legally purchase uranium from for tritium production and for fuel to power our nuclear navy. Would also include the price of purchasing from each facility.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The noes have
I
it.
ask for a roll call on that one, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall.
No.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waiver for amendment number 97 by Mr. Peters of Michigan and Mr. Tipton of Colorado. It would increase the government-wide goal for participation in procurement contracts for small businesses from 25% to 26%, and for small disadvantaged businesses from 5.0% to 5.5%.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes
Ask
have
for a
it.
roll call on that,
Clerk,
Mr.
call the roll.
Chairman.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 110 by Mr. Poe of Texas. This would prohibit all assistance to Pakistan except assistance to ensure the safety of nuclear weapons.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call on
Clerk,
that.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 112 by Mr. Poe of Texas and Mr. Barletta of Pennsylvania. This would require that the Secretary of Defense make 10% of certain military equipment returning to the United States from Iraq and Afghanistan available for transfer to federal, state, and local enforcement for border security along the southern border. It would define eligible equipment as high mobility and multi-purpose wheel vehicles, night vision equipment, and MQ-9 Reaper drone aircraft.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes
Ask
have
for a
it.
roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 165 by Mr. Polis and Ms. Sanchez. It would strike funding for nuclear weapons activities beyond the budget request.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes have it. The noes have it.
Aye. I ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
The chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 118 by Mr. Poe of Texas, which would prohibit all assistance to military forces of Pakistan.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes have it. The noes have
I
it.
ask for roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk report the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment number 232 by Mr. Quayle of Arizona, which would consolidate federal data centers at the Department of Defense.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Pay the chair.
I ask for a roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Let me just state for the record that the amendment we just voted on had been withdrawn. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you. Well, sounded like a good amendment to me. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 82 by Mr. Quigley of Illinois. I don't think that was withdrawn. It would allow the Secretary to purchase alternative fuels if the Secretary certifies that purchasing alternative fuels would enhance mission success and protect American service members.
What occurs in the government amendment? Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes.
Ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
The chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment number 144, which would authorize the Inspector General to investigate allegations of retaliatory personnel actions against members of the armed forces if submitted by the individual service member for communicating with the news media without authorization from their chain of command.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes.
I ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 211 by Mr. Ruppersberger of Maryland. It would prohibit the home port of the USNS Comfort from being changed from Baltimore to Naval Station Norfolk.
Vote occurs in the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes.
No. Ask for a roll
Clerk,
call.
the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 74 by Mr. Schiff. It expresses the sense of Congress that 74 United States naval personnel killed aboard the USS Frank E. Evans on June 3, 1969, be commemorated by having their names added to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall. The Evans had been operating in support of the Vietnam War immediately prior to diversion to SEATO, exercised just outside of the designated war zone, where a collision took place with the HMAS Melbourne, an Australian aircraft carrier, on the night of June 3, 1969, resulting in the deaths of 74 personnel. The families and the other shipmates and friends of the lost sailors have been working for years
to get them added to the wall, noting that not only had they just left the designated war zone, but were due to return on the completion of exercise. And for those who were here, Mr. Schiff gave very compelling and emotional testimony. I hope my colleagues will make this an order.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Madam Chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a roll
Clerk,
call.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment number 150 offered by Mr. Smith of Washington, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. This would reverse restrictions on the authority of the Secretary of Energy, enabling higher level and independent oversight of nuclear facilities and operations.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Madam Chair, the noes have it. Noes have it.
I ask for a roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
The Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule, and I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers to amendment number 121 offered by Ms. Spear of California. It would require that sentencing of rape offenses it would require that the sentencing of rape offenses in a military court be determined by a judge, and that they refer to advisory sentencing guidelines similar to the federal criminal courts.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Madam Chair, the noes have
As
it.
for roll call on
Clerk, call the
that.
roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
The Chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 128 offered by Ms. Spear of California. It would amend contractor cost inventories to be kept in usable, downloadable formats and include where the work is performed, the total amount billed, overhead costs, and the cost if performed by a government employee.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Madam Chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
I ask for a roll call on that,
Clerk, call
Mr.
the roll.
Chairman.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 197 offered by Ms. Sutton of Ohio. It would amend sections 1514 of the John Warner National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2007, as most recently amended to extend the authority for use of the Joint Improvised Explosive Device Defeat Fund to enable better protection for deployed U.S. forces from improvised explosive devices, would permit the use of JIEDDF for actions and activities intended to disrupt IED networks that rely on explosive device precursors that transmit into Afghanistan, where they can be used as components in the manufacture of improved and homemade explosives.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Madam Chair, the noes have it.
Roll call,
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 86 by Mr. Thompson of California. This would facilitate naturalization for military personnel, veterans, and their families who have honorably served the United States Armed Forces.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call on that.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions. No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox. No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
The chairman votes no.
Clerk, total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 85 that has been offered by Mr. Thornberry of Texas and Mr. Smith of Washington. This would amend the United States Information and Educational Exchange Act of 1948, known as the Smith-Mundt Act, and the Foreign Relations Authorization Act, fiscal years 1986 and 1987, to clarify the authorities of the Department of State and the Broadcasting Board of Governors to prepare, disseminate, and use public diplomacy information abroad and to strike the current ban on domestic dissemination of such material. It would clarify that the Smith-Mundt Act's provisions related to public diplomacy information do not apply to other federal departments or agencies, including the Department of Defense.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Pay the chair the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions. No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Fox votes
I think this
no.
is already
Mr. Bishop.
approved, so we're voting to go the other way.
That's exactly what we're doing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
I think I'm with Mr. Webster. Aye, I think.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes
How's Mr.
no.
Webster recorded, Mr. Clerk?
He is a no.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that amendment is on the rule. I just wasn't sure how to vote. I mean, if I vote no, am I voting
Let me
to?
just, let's, did the gentleman vote no, and I'll explain.
All right, I'll say no.
And Mr. Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Let me state again, as I did earlier, the gentleman from Worcester is offering amendments that, in fact, have been included in the motion that was offered by the gentleman from Texas. And the fact that he's offering those amendments and they are being voted down does not preclude us from passing the motion of the gentleman from Texas, which will, in fact, allow those amendments to be considered when we move to the House floor. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was unintentional. If that was a duplication, I didn't mean that.
The gentleman would yield.
Happy to yield.
I thank my friend for yielding. Let me say that that's not the first time that we've had amendments offered that have already been considered, amendments that have been withdrawn. I just think it's important that the record show that, and I thank Mr. Webster for pointing.
No, and I apologize to Mr. Webster and to everybody here, but with all due respect, we just received the rule minutes before we walked up into this committee, so I'm trying to play catch up here. So,
does the gentleman have an amendment?
Yes, I do. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 93, offered by Mr. Tonko of New York and Ms. Spear of California, that would limit the cost of federal compensation paid to defense contractors to $400,000 per individual per fiscal year, and I trust that that's not in the rule.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Committee to the chair.
I ask for roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment is not agreed to. Let me just ask, would members like to recess? I see that people are coming in and out. We could take a recess and reconvene if members would like to do that. Mr. McGovern, would you like to?
I'm the only one here.
I would. I'd like to recess. Okay. The committee will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. The Rules Committee will reconvene. Thank you all very much. Are there any further amendments? Mr. McGovern.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 24, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York. It will require that each branch of the military to develop and implement a policy to address incidents of hazing.
The vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
I ask for a roll
The
call.
chair, the noes have it. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. Governor?
Aye.
Mr. Governor votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total.
Yea, nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. There are further amendments,
Yes.
Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 26, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York, which would require that each member of the armed forces to attend diversity and anti-hazing training on a regular basis. It would also require each branch of the military to collect data on each incident of hazing.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Pay the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll
Clerk,
call.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall?
No.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
The chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, if any of these are already included in the rule, please let me know, because, again, we're trying to play catch-up here. We just received the rule, as you know, a few seconds before we came up here. So I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 28 by Ms. Velasquez of New York, which will require each branch of the military to develop an anonymous phone tip line for reporting incidents of hazing.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Pay the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. Motion.
Ask for a roll call, Mr.
Clerk, call the
Chairman.
roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop?
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
The chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 30 by Ms. Velasquez of New York, which would create the Military Hazing Prevention Oversight Panel to monitor and make recommendations to improve the military's anti-hazing policy.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Pay the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call on
Clerk,
that.
call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
The chairman votes no.
Clerk, the total.
1 yea, 8 nay.
Amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 171 by Mr. Welsh of Vermont and Mr. Gibson of New York. It would authorize funding for any state wishing to include an outreach program as authorized in Section 590 of the FY12 NDAA as part of that state's Yellow Ribbon Reintegration Program. Outreach programs may include the training of veterans to work directly with returning National Guard members and/or their families on issues related to reintegration, such as financial, employment, mental or physical health, or family issues.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Pay the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call,
Call
Mr.
the
Chairman.
roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
The chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. McGovern?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 134 by Mr. Young of Alaska, Mr. Lobsack of Iowa, and Ms. Bordallo of Guam. It would expand full space available travel benefits on military aircraft to gray area retirees, National Guard members or reservists who are eligible for retirement but under the age of 60, and surviving spouses. It would include a provision that would allow the Secretary of Defense to establish the priority categories for Space A travel and offsets with $2 million from weapons procurement, Navy JSOW.
Further the motion of the gentleman. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The chair of the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call on that.
Call the roll.
Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 135 by Mr. Young, Mr. Lobsack, and Ms. Bordallo. Again, it would expand full space available travel benefits on military aircraft to gray area retirees, National Guard members, or reservists who are eligible for retirement but under the age of 60, and surviving spouses. Would include a provision that would allow the Secretary of Defense to establish the priority categories for Space A travel.
Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Okay, the chair of the noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. There are further amendments. Mr. McGovern?
Roll call, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions?
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
The chairman votes no.
Mr. Clerk, the total?
1 yea, 8 nay.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think we may be out of amendments. I think I've offered, I think, 85, which is still well below the 95 that you guys offered when you were in the majority. But again, I would just express my strong discontent with the fact that this leadership, I think, in my view, is deliberately trying to block an amendment that probably would pass the House, that would send a signal that this war in Afghanistan needs to come to an end, and I think that that is unconscionable. I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Let me first recognize the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Amendment 107, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gohmert, as further modified, directly precede Amendment number 151, offered by the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, in the Rules Committee report.
Vote occurs on the amendment.
Could the gentlelady expand on what this does again?
It's merely a technical change. It just reorders the amendments in the report.
The gentleman would yield. Let me just say it just the numbering of the on the report itself. It just makes a correction of that. Oh, you said no? He said, I heard somebody say no to me when I said that, so I just wondered that. Does that explain it?
To be safe, I'm going to vote no, because this is kind of a last-minute deal.
Vote occurs on the motion of the gentlewoman. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
If any of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. It is agreed to. Let me just say before we move to the to the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Dallas that 1 year from tonight, I'm not going to be sitting in this chair. And I've loved most every moment of serving as a member of the House, the last 22 years as a member of the Rules Committee, and for 14 as either the chairman or the ranking member of the committee. And I will say that this has been a very unusual evening, and I know that there has been a comparison made to the consideration of the overall health care bill. What we've gone through tonight dealt with one particular amendment on an issue that is going to be addressed with an amendment that will have twice the amount of time for debate on the House floor than any other amendment. And so I will be thinking about those of you who are here 1 year from tonight, and I will not look back on this evening as my favorite moment in the Committee on Rules. Vote occurs on the motion of the gentleman from Dallas. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Ms. Fox. Aye. Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Woodall. Aye. Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Nugent. Aye. Mr. Nugent votes aye. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern votes no. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Chairman votes aye.
And the motion is agreed to, and this will be managed for the majority by Mr. Sessions.
And by me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was told Mr. Sessions. Mr. Bishop will be managing for the majority.
And me for the,
And
Mr.
Mr.
McGovern.
McGovern for the minority. This should be our last meeting for the week, and thank you all very much. And without objection, the committee stands adjourned.